Hello, farmers, and welcome back to New Hope. It's raining. So that's the way we're starting our day. And we're also negative $76 in the bank account. Hopefully everyone's having a good Tuesday. Hello, Crystal, Denard, Jay, and Sirwell. Welcome. So we're negative $76 in the bank account, as I see. It's raining, and we're down here by our oak trees because I want to cut one down and bring it over to the sawmill. And because I think that is like half full, and I just want to make sure that it's full before we go on to another month. Yeah, we're about half full. Wood chips are piling up. We sold, I think, everything here last stream, so that's good to go. Looks like the greenhouse is ready to go. Just checking on some things. Oh, dry corn. I'm thinking we're going to be selling that today because the price is looking pretty good, as I was seeing. 758 out of 771, so I think we'll probably sell that and empty that out. But first things first, let's cut down a tree and get that over to the sawmill. Let's get the max that I can. There we go. Hello, Branding. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I'm hoping when we get to July, I think the oats, sorry, not the oats, the barley. I think I planted barley. The barley would very, no, I planted sorghum. I apologize, I planted sorghum. I'm on the wrong map. Planted barley on New Hope. Oh, speaking, not New Hope, but Shambargo. Speaking of Shambargo, Branding said yesterday that maybe Courseplay was disabled on Shambargo. And yes, it was. Yes, it was. Let's cut that right there. That should be good. 8.8 tons. Our winch can only handle 8.6. Hello, John. Welcome. Alrighty. Into the Deutz. One tree per month is really what we need, but with harvest season here, probably should just go ahead and fill her on up. Why? I don't know why that does that. You go to put the chain on in this game, and the tree just kicks back constantly. Is it Control J to wheel that in? Or is it Control K? Or is it Control M or N? No, that does that. Not sure what button is that wheels in the cable. It's one of them. So yep, harvest season is here for us. Well, not quite, but it will be in a month or two. Should be zipping on through. Oh, I also did edit the XML file for the horse trailer. So instead of holding 6 horses, it will hold 8. So we'll cut down on the amount of trips I got to do. Hello, FS Farmer. Welcome. It's not getting to be too bad dragging these over here. Again, I probably should have used the Fendt because that's got a little bit more horsepower, it'd be just a little bit easier, but the Deutz does just fine. Round and round. Hopefully that gets up over the lip of the concrete here. Is that in or not? Nope. Gonna release it, back up a little bit, and we'll re-hitch up to it, hopefully. Come on, get over the lip of that concrete. I probably should landscaped out a bit, so you can see there's a little bit of a lip of the concrete there. Maybe ramp it so it's not going that way, so trees will slide right on in. I think I said that last time. Get the other half of the tree, and then we're all set for the month of June, except for selling the dry corn. Get some money in the bank account. As you can see, we're going through the trees slowly, so not a rush to replant any as of yet. We should be selling some horses in the stream today as well. Can we get it so it doesn't look too stupid? Putting the cable around. We do have a lot of money sitting at the farm. We got loads of lettuce, but it's a bad time of year to sell the lettuce. So basically, every morning if I need cash, we'll sell the wood that we get from the sawmill. Well, the wood products, at least. And yes, I still got a huge loan to pay off. But not too concerned about that. Still need to buy a lot of things for the farm. And what we want to do here. Oh yeah, we should be getting our chickens today, if I didn't mention that. Chickens will be on the list. I think I put the pen down that holds 750, so we'll probably buy like 200. And then just let them multiply on their own. We'll get the adult ones, so every 2 months. It'll be full within half a year. Alrighty, and then yoink on in. Alright, we'll put the winch back down by the oak trees. I'll come, you know what? I'll leave that there, the trailer, for loading up the saw products in the morning. It's still got a good amount of saplings over here for planting in the future. Let me go ahead and top off. Oh, I can't. I don't have any money. I was going to say I should top off with some fuel. Alright, let me park the Deutz down here at the fuel station. And the Fendt 900 should have the trailer on it. I think we'll grab the dry corn. And I'll advance time till it gets almost dark, so the money value is, it says it's going up. Try to get at the peak price, we'll just sell it. Let's see here. Loading up dry corn in the rain. Probably not the best thing to be doing, but that's what I am doing. Alright, let's advance time here. Let's just make sure the price is going up. 760. 762. $764. Alright, we'll call that good enough as the sun sets. I was looking at my precision farming score in the fields before the stream, and a lot of my fields are not recognizing the nitrogen for some reason. And it could be, if you remember when I plant, we get those funny lines and whatnot. I'm not sure if that's affecting our score, and it might be. But if that's the case, not much I can do about it. Other than to complain. But complaining, as we know, really doesn't get you far these days. Doesn't solve the problem. Oh yeah, I try to ride in cab a little bit, going from the farm down to the stores down here. I know some people like the in-cab views. I'll probably top this off with fuel as well while I'm down here. Get all set for the farming season. Farmers Market. Hello, Panther Killer. You're stuck not being able to play FS25 or any other games at the moment. Your PC keeps crashing. I can't figure out what's going on. Are you getting a blue screen, or is it just turning off? Is it turning off restarting? Is it just turning off altogether? Are you getting a blue screen? Hello, Mr. Ulrich. Welcome. And Cavalier Roy, welcome. Hope you've been well. We'll come over here. And hopefully I can fill up on this side of the pumps. We can. And is that one filling up too? I don't. Do you have to have the engine on to fill up? Maybe it was filling up. Didn't realize it. No, you can fill up with the engine off. That's what I thought. I'm doing grapes, and he can't figure out if I should mulch and cultivate the orchards. PF is not showing any info whatsoever. When I was doing olives on dark forests, you're basically going to be doing that to just increase the yield. Basically, that's about it. Precision farming only cares about fertilize, lime, direct drilling, basically, weeds. That's what it really counts on. Hello, Mr. Bear. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Alright, so at least I got some money back in the bank account for a little bit, because we're going to sleep tonight and make some payments. But the farm is making us money. And the horses are actually doing rather well, with the mods, of course. So those horses right there in that horse stable, if you want to call it a stable, they're almost at 17 grand, and that's when I decided to... That's when we'll sell the horses, when they get up to 17 grand. I think they're at 16 and change. Alright, so we filled the sawmill. The greenhouses look like they were doing fine. So we're going to go into our little hut here. And you know what? I didn't check the sale page. What's on the sale page here? Nothing that we need. Alright, might be just skipping through the months here. Oh, no, I'm going to have weeds. I got weeds to take care of. Kind kind of forgot about the weeds in the poppy field. And I don't have a sprayer currently. Have I sprayed the weeds in this field before? If it's not, if I have, then I'm not going to worry too much about it. No, I have not. Yeah, so you can see, as I was talking about before, it's showing this field here a score of 69. It says I had no nitrogen. Last year I had sunflowers in there, so I know we put nitrogen in because we had the direct drill. So I'm not sure what's going on there. You can see field 81, that is only showing like 1/3 of the nitrogen that's in. This field here is showing all the nitrogen, which is interesting. And that one, this is a new field. So I'm not quite sure. I also don't think we got any crops to harvest today. No, we do not. But I got the weeds. Well, let's go down to here. Oh yeah, we got some stuff we could sell here. Let me grab these, and we'll just sell these, and that should be enough to get me the See and Spot spray. We'll take care of the weeds in the poppy field. Not going to sell everything here. Again, I'm going to be using the telehandler down here as much as I can. But if we ever, you know, get through a lot of months and I got a lot of pallets here, then I'll just auto-load it. I don't mind doing a little bit with the telehandler. I'd like to get a little bit more practice in. But this is the reason why I kind of hate doing pallets, is because they tend to stick. Gotta get those forks just about right. Don't knock them over. Lean them back a little bit. Hello, farmer. Welcome. If I remember correctly, after sitting, you can take a weeder and go over the field and then go over it with a herbicide sprayer to further improve your score. At least worked in FS22. Not sure if it still works in 25. I tend to be stuck in G more than I get to do anything in game. Yeah, I've tried telling some people that before. I've been asked, because I edit some mods or do some stuff, if I ever thought about making a map, and I said I do not have the time or the patience to make a map, because it just takes way too long, and I don't have the patience to do that. I can imagine you're constantly in Giants Editor doing a whole bunch of stuff. But as far as weeds go, I try to get my weeds taken care of like in grass fields in 22. You just be able to take a See and Spot weed sprayer and spray the grass field real quick, and voila, your weed score will be 100%. That does not work in 25. Alright, so I do got some cash. That should be enough to lease the sprayer. And we'll take care of it pretty quick. Turn that on. Well, not turn it on, but we'll get that and we'll lease it for $3,200. It's worth it. Six to 8 months to make a map, then testing. Yeah, it just takes a long time and patience, and I've heard some things about when things don't pass Giants when it goes in to be for tested. Sometimes they don't tell you exactly why it failed. I've heard that. I'm not sure if it's true, so that's got to be frustrating. Only 3 maps on the go? Slacker. I can't even play on 3 maps at one time, let alone try to create 3 maps at a time. I forgot what I was doing in 22. I went in the Giants editor for something. Forgot what I was trying to do. It might have been on No Man's Land where I was creating a community on that map, and I put in my own roads. I think I was going to do traffic, but then I thought, you know what? I got course play. I can just record a course and just activate traffic that way. Alright, I gotta see how much my horses are worth. If they're worth 17,000 or thereabouts, then we'll probably just sell them. I think that's liquid fertilizer, and the herbicide is back here. While that's filling up, let me see how much these horses are worth. 16.5. I think we'll wait one more month and sell them for 17. Then, of course, we got these horses all here that are maturing. Norman explained to you what failed on and how to fix the issue. I'm going back. I think I was going back to FS19 when I heard that, so I'm not sure. I've never submitted a mod or anything. I'll take mods and edit the XML file, and that's about it. That's about as much as I get into it nowadays. Cruise control, please. Thank you. Course play now is because it was an FS22. Not sure why you would say that, but I mean, we all got our reasons. By the way, Branding, I think you were here a little while ago, but I did send you or message you on Discord to let you know that you did solve my problem on Shamburgo because course play was deactivated. And I'm guessing it deactivated when the mod went off the mod hub and it said course play was outdated. My guess is it automatically deactivated it off my list, even though I went right back out of the game and updated it from the GitHub. Should be at least 6 maps on the go. I'm losing my grip on these maps, making shenanigans. I'm pretty sure, Cavalier Roy, you got a lot of crap when FS25 came out. Like, well, just put a map out. Everyone thinks it's just a snap of a finger and it's done. Newest streamer on Twitch in 22 that would stream making a map, and if you subbed, he would give you access to his maps. I've been given early access to maps before, and being a streamer or a content creator, what you want to do is, you know, show off the map and play on it. The problem is, usually maps that you get early access to get fixed on and usually require a new save. I think I did that in it was either FS19 or FS22. No, I think it was FS19 on the Pacific Northwest. I had early access to that map for a while, and I got long into the Let's Play, and then it required a new save for a lot of the triggers to work. And I was not going to start over at that point. Sometimes it's just the simple things we overlook at times. That's very true. All I knew about Courseplay on Schamberger was I didn't deactivate it, but when I saw it was deactivated last night, I was like, well, why is it deactivated? And just the only thing I think of is when it was outdated, my guess is that they automatically disabled it. That was an easy fix. Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, Brandon, because I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have looked at it because I was like, I didn't deactivate it, so it must be on. All modders get that in the early days of new games because they want the mods ASAP. Yep. And also the rumors that go out there about mods. I've heard so many things about, oh no, that map is in testing. I was like, no, it's not. I've talked to that modder. It's not in testing. With Courseplay in 25, can you disable the Courseplay window for specific vehicles like you could in 22? I don't think I ever disable it for certain vehicles, but I mean, if you're are you talking about this window here? Where you can just bring up and just completely disable it? I didn't know you could do it for specific vehicles. The thing is, Courseplay does a lot more than what I use it for. I just kind of think I started using it back in FS17, and it did just, you know, it did what I wanted to do. I never looked in it too deeply to be like, oh, it can do this, it can do that. Just never looked into it too much. You tried a custom field work with Courseplay and could not get it to work. I've had that problem. Oh, I was trying to do an olive grove on Dark Forest, and I couldn't get Courseplay to really work well with the olives. I got it to work in FS22 doing grapes, but I couldn't get it to really work with the olives. The one problem I had, though, was I didn't really leave enough room at the end of the rows for my vehicles to turn around. But I definitely still prefer a Courseplay worker over the in-game worker. The in-game worker, even though it has improved with each edition of Farming Simulator, it still needs some attention. You need to get back into playing the game and give GE a break for a while so you can enjoy the game before FS28 starts to be a thing. Some people have come in the chat saying, when's a new game coming out? I'm like, this one's only been out for like 6 or 8 months, man. It's going to be a couple years. Well, you never know. Because it used to be every 2 years they'd release a new version. Then they went to 3 years. So this here field that we're in is a poppy field. And it's going to look, well, I think it looks rather nice when the flower blooms. But harvest time, that's when, well, we won't make our money when it's harvest time, but when we sell the poppy in March, we should make like 200 grand off this field, even on hard economy. We should make like 200 grand plus. And I need that money. No, they didn't have a season 3 pass for 22. I don't think they would do that because I think a lot of people would pass on that. Only because if you make a Season 3 pass, that means you're going to be releasing something in the fourth quarter or the last quarter just before the new version comes out. A lot of people are probably would just say, forget about it. And I think it'd be in better interest of Giants and the developers and the programmers to say, take that year 3 stuff and just put it into FS 28, let's say. Not sure we should be spraying herbicide in the rain, but in Farming Simulator it works. But yeah, Season 3 pass, I just think what a lot of people would say is, I'm not going to spend money on a game that the new version comes out in 8 months. That's just the way I would see it. Oop, missing some weeds here. This is why I mentioned last time I was weeding, I think in last stream, that when it comes to it, and I actually end up buying one of these See and Spot weed sprayers, but I might buy a self-propelled one only because of the working width. I mean, not like this is a small sprayer, just that our fields are getting bigger and bigger. Maybe they could bring back the modding competition. As players in a community, I thought that was great. As for the workers at Giants, they probably didn't like it too much because they were probably getting loads and loads of mods to test and try to get on the mod hub. And they probably got upset. Maybe some modders would get upset at them for not passing their mod and getting it on the mod hub for the contest because it failed for whatever reason. But I think competition is great because, as a modder, most modders would have fun with it. And the community will benefit from that, from getting a whole bunch of interesting mods, I'm sure. You didn't buy the season pass anymore in 22, you behold, you got a login map, never again. I like Silver Run, not because it was a logging map. I don't mind logging maps, as you know, but then again, I use the autoloader. It was the whole purpose of building the roller coaster. Constructables is, I think that's really where it all started for Constructables, was Silver Run, with the roller coaster. And the yacht, if you will. Only downside you can see coming back is modders holding what they think is their best work until the end, which by then a lot of players are doing other things. I was trying to remember, because they didn't do it in 22 on the competition. I think 19 was the last time they had the competition, I think. I thought it was all existing mods and any mods that came out to the end of the contest. I didn't know it had to be mods released during the contest. You hate login, so looked at it as spending money on something you don't don't like. Well, that's perfectly fine. I know a lot of people don't like the logging. I know when I get on a logging map, a lot of people are like, oh, logging. But I like the fact of cutting down trees and making my own farm, if you will. Done that a few times. I try not to do it too often because it does get to be a lot in the beginning of just cutting down trees, and if I don't use the auto-loading log trailer, that would just take me forever because I suck at loading logs and trailers. Oops, over here. You have to inform Giants if your mod map was for the competition. Oh. I thought it was just like mods on the mod hub, and whatever was like the most downloaded or, you know, star rated was the winner. But it's been a couple years, so I don't really remember the rules. Not that I read the rules because I never submitted mods. Yeah, logging is not bad. It's getting the logs in the trailer. I think from day one in FS15, after about 2 hours, it's trying to get like 10 logs in a trailer. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm done. Although back in FS15, logs were great. Logs were the thing to sell in FS15. Putting logs on the train. Well, you didn't put them on the train. You delivered them and then sent the train off to get paid. Never enter anything, didn't upload anything to the hub till 22, and that was because so many people was asking, will this be out in console? Yeah, that's every time I use a mod. I mean, I play on PC, so I never have to look if it's available on console or whatever. Amount of time to get at, is that available on console? And usually sometimes I can tell right off just by knowing if it's a scripted mod or something. Like, nope. Good old days when you didn't drive the train. Yeah, I think we just brought the logs down to quote unquote the mill. And I mean, it's kind of the same system where you have to go into the trigger to either sell them, but in FS15, I think we just hit the trigger and then the train took off, and when the train went out the map is when he got paid. I think he got paid extra by putting it, well, sending the train, if you will. Probably a lot of players won't remember we used to have to pick up the eggs from the chickens by hand. Then you have to go to the stats page to see how many eggs you had in your basket. I think we got a little bit more of weeds at the other end here. Let me just see how I've done. Yeah, just a strip right here. So again, this field over here, that was added to this one. We bought this land this past spring. Am I going towards the, no, the weeds are over here somewhere. It's a small strip. And we can see what the weeds are because you can see it spraying. Oh yeah, cleaning out the animals' feed trough as well. But then we had the mods like the Lely that would clean it up. Alright, that's good enough for me here. Alright, I'll load the herbicide. There we go, and now we can return that. I think it's the only thing I got leased, right? Should be the only thing I got leased. Alright, let me just double check on the horses. They're good there. They're good there. And then, of course, the greenhouses, they're still fine. And the sawmill is doing fine. Let me check the stock market page, as I call it. Yeah, nothing really to sell. Alright, next month. Now it's feeding and ignoring. We need more to do with the animals so it feels more like a simulator. I did not mind actually cleaning out the animal's trough too much. So I'm at negative 19,000 because of our loan payments. Anything to harvest this month? Are we... yes, and that is going to be the sorghum. So today is the day we get our chickens. Are the horses 17,000? So those horses will get sold today. Should I sell them? Let's go sell them now. That way I got some money. So for the trailer, I'm using Mack Trucker's modded pack. But I did go into the XML file because this trailer can only hold 6 horses. I made it so it held 8 because we're doing cycles of 8. So I should be able to do it in one trip. Although I haven't tested it, but I'm sure... I think it'll take all 8. We'll find out here in a moment. Alright. Move the trailer. If I didn't try to make it look a lot better by having all this different types of horses, I probably could just go, you know, just have one type of breed of horse. It'd be so much easier loading these up. But no, I gotta have, you know, one of each. There we go. 8 out of 8. Hang on, horsies. So this is going to be a pretty good payday. Not running the garage mod, which brings back the garage menu we had in 22. You know, it's getting kind of bad. I don't remember what the garage menu was like in 22 right now. It comes after a while to all the series of Farming Simulator just kind of blend together. Alright, now we gotta go see... Wow, I forgot what her name is. What the heck is her name down here? I have no idea. And this is the first time I brought them on down. Alright. Wait, where did... Wait a minute. What? There's an animal... I thought didn't say sell. How did you get out here? Was I not in the trigger? Well, that's interesting. Sell. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't realize I could just unload an animal in the middle of nowhere. Is there a way I can load you back in, buddy? Is there a way I can sell you as I'm riding you down here? I'm gonna have to ride this horse all the way back and then bring it back on down to sell it? I did not know that was the thing where we could just unload the horses anywhere. Well, I'm not sure if the horse will just teleport back to the stable. That's the way it used to work in 22. If it does, then I can just reload it back up there, but if not, I may have to ride the horse all the way back to the stable to load it back up and bring that one horse down here. See when I get back up here if that horse has teleported back to its stable. But either way, I'm back up to 100 grand in the bank account. So that's nice. Is that horse still really down there at the sell area? Well, We'll figure it out somehow. All right, I'm going to come over here and we're going to get a Ford tractor and we'll put that on the trailer. Wait, no, the Ford tractor is... No, I put the Ford tractor in this shit over here. And it's right here around the corner. There it is. Let's get this sorghum harvested so we can get some chickens. And I guess I'll leave it over here. We'll leave the engine running so it can warm up. Not that that's really a thing, but... And I guess I'll start up in that corner of the field. Fold up, please. Thank you. And you know me, I'm always going to go clockwise around the field so our auger is on the side that we can unload on. So right now we just got a horse just randomly sitting down at the livestock place. I think I may have glitched the matrix down there by being able to unload a horse into the middle of nowhere. So I wonder if my precision farming score is going to go back up in this field. I wonder why the nitrogen is not being recognized. Now it's back up to 92. Don't know. So again, we're just going to let the lettuce pile up as long as I can. As long as I got money, don't need to sell it. We'll just hang on to it until February and sell it then. Meanwhile, the sawmill, again, the sawmill is going to be used in the future for building a community. We're going to put down a whole bunch of constructible farmhouses and build them. And then we'll put mailboxes outside for delivering mail via post office. But I also need the cement production to do most of this. So maybe when I sell the lettuce this upcoming winter, that will go towards building the cement production, which is expensive. I think last stream we looked at it, it's going to cost me roughly about $500,000 to get that really up and going. And again, we're just doing it for fun, building a community of housing and delivering mail. I mean, really, it's like $500,000 wasted, but we will we'll have a nice community going somewhere. As far as I can see, you guys are talking about the animal troughs and whatnot. I would like to see where the animal troughs at least hold enough, but this is for my game style. Preferably, I would like to see it for about 2 months worth of food for a full pen. I don't want to be feeding the animals every month. I don't mind doing it, but if you're just like skipping months to get to a harvest season or get through the winter, it's going to be where it's a lot of work to stop and feed the animals. But I know there's a lot of people out there that play that don't even have husbandries, so it's hard to please everyone. $16.2 is what we hold. Yep, $16.2. Need to put meadow grass in back around here and make it look a little bit better. I'm actually just thinking about that horse that's down there. So technically that horse is not going to go back into the stable because I loaded it from the stable into the trailer. That horse might be in limbo now. While this is unloading, I'm going to teleport back down to the livestock dealer market and see if the horse is still there, which I'm sure it is, but I'm trying to figure out how to resolve that situation. Are you still down there? Which I'm sure you are. Yes, you are still down here. Alright, let's, I guess I think the name was Santa. Let's get Santa, see if I can get Santa back into a pen. Because I don't see how I can load it back up. And plus, you get to see me ride a horse for a bit. There's a mod in 22 that would allow you to distribute any feed to animals as and when they needed it from your productions. I don't believe that's come to 25. I remember that, but I'm trying to think, did I see it for 25? Probably not. So I'm riding on a $17,000 horse that I somehow got out of the trailer, but not selling it. And I'm kind of hoping when I bring it back up here, it'll go back into the stable so I can load it back into the trailer. Oh, I got an achievement for riding a horse. And the horse is getting dirty. Now, it's not going to work by me just putting it into the stable, I don't think. Oh, Horse Santa back in stable. Wait, are you? You are back in the stable. You're probably dirty. It may not be worth as much, so that worked. No, you're still worth $17,000. Alright. Well, one thing at a time. I say one thing at a time as I'm doing two. Two are ports from 22, and one is a special map making a return from 17. Funny, when you said ports, I started thinking about the DLC coming out later this year for the fish production. And I still don't know what I think about that fish production, because to really utilize that fish production all the way, you're going to need a map that has a decent waterway area to put down that production. Getting a lot of sorghum, which we're going to need for the chickens. Riverview and Ebony Island both have a lot of water. I don't remember exactly how big that footprint was for the fish, but I was thinking like on maps like Riverbend Springs, I don't think the river there is big enough. Houghton Pentai, that's got a big enough area, I would assume, for that fish production. already has a fishery in place on the island. But that's not what I thought it looked like. That didn't look like the placeable one in the water. It didn't look like the same to me. Maybe I didn't look at the correct thing or remember the way I looked at it. But I remember when I was on Riverbend Springs, I had a feeling they were going to bring the fish hatchery to the game, because why else would they put it there and take up that much of the map? Come on, Ford, get a grip. Won't be the same one, but yeah, it is a fishery, but it's not the same one as we saw for later in the year. So I don't know if Giants is going to... I have no idea what their plan is. If they're going to make it as one or not. I mean, I guess we'll find out. Maybe they did announce it. I just... I've been busy with real life stuff, so maybe I missed it. Announcement. This field is the correct wrong size for this setup because I only get halfway around the field. I need to start learning when I harvest this field to make a cut through. I wonder if they won't fix, well, not, I wouldn't say fix, but not make it a fish hatchery on Riverbend, because maybe they'll want people to play on the map that it was made for. And I don't think they'll delete what they have there and just slap in a new one. I still have that, I still have my Riverbend save from when we left. Just in case. Kept that save file just in case they brought back the fish hatchery there. Although... yeah, I'll probably play on the new map when it comes out in November. So after this load, we shove a full trailer. And we'll zip on down to our chicken coop and we'll throw in 200 chickens. Give them their lovely sorghum. And yeah, they can start reproducing and making some eggs. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. You believe that fishery is already placeable, so it only needs the triggers adding to it. I mean, I like the looks of the fishery on Riverbend Springs. I mean, it's been a while since I've been on Riverbend Springs, so I'm trying to remember the fishery by memory. Maybe the one in Riverbend Springs will be an all-in-one production. Maybe it won't be separate productions. So maybe that one there will be where you grow the fish and then put them into the bigger areas and then catch them somehow. I do feel the production is going to take up a lot of space on the maps, more than I would like to see it take up, but that's just my look at it. I think I will be full by the time I get to the end of this row, but more the better. Crawfish mod is nice. The fish farm mod, though, man, did I have to edit that XML file to make any kind of money on it. Need bigger maps for console because the more productions we get, the more space we need for them. Yeah, but you're also pushing the consoles already to its limits in some aspect. So making a bigger map could be a problem. So I have no idea how big the feed trough is on this chicken coop that we put down. Again, this whole area here is going to be our farmyard. We're slowly working on it. Farms in Briscoe did a clever thing on his upcoming map. He didn't add any productions, but he created a space for them so people could place whatever productions they want. I think most modders do that now on maps. So yeah, our chicken coop is down around here, down by this swamp. Good place for chickens. There'll be plenty of insects and grubs they can peck on. Along with the sorghum, of course. Well, that needs to be smoothed out a bit. Alright. Now, of course, you know me. I am going to get one rooster. Don't need to, but we're going to get one rooster. And then we're going to get, how many can I get? 250? We'll get 200. Actually, this says it holds 875. I thought it said 750. I didn't change the dimensions of this coop at all, but whatever. So it's going to cost me 11 grand to get these. It's a lot of chicken wings. Alright, so how much does this feed trough hold? Oh, that doesn't hold anything. Man, the chickens are going to go through that so fast. Why would you give me a modded chicken coop that holds 800 chickens and only holds 1,000 liters of grain? This is why sometimes it's best to test mods. 1,000 liters of grain. Well, you know, I'm going to be dipping into that XML file after the stream today and changing the feed trough on that. 1,500 liters of grain for eventually almost 900 chickens. Should use your animal pen mod. I increase the capacities for the troughs. The only reason why I got chickens on this map is because I was trying to show off a little bit more of the map rather than just be up here. I wanted to show off the water areas. So I was like, well, what can I put down there that make me want to go down there? I'm like, we'll just put some chickens in. So I wanted a cheap chicken. Yeah. Maybe they eat less than usual. They're going to need to be on a major diet. I mean, I really don't care about the chickens and the eggs and the money we're to make off them. I just want to give us something else to do on the farm and kind of get out of this open area and kind of get down to the swampy area. I'm sure that mod pack has been up for a while, so I'm pretty sure someone must have said, hey, can you make the feed troughs a little bit bigger for a pen that holds almost nearly 900 chickens? Well, I'll worry about that after the stream at some point. I'll either change it or... Man, I really don't want to have to swap out the pens and all that. This is why I got to be careful when I look at mods on the mod hub and it shows ones that need to be updated, because I got like 5 or 6 mods on there that I have edited and it says, hey, these need to be updated. No, they don't, because I've changed them. So as you guys were talking about earlier, I'm probably going to have to feed those chickens like every hour. Just about. Maybe not every hour, but it seems like it'll be almost every hour. As I always say, when something like that comes up, I always like to say, one problem at a time, please. Seems like you solve one problem and you get two more. Interesting you say that, Cavalier Roy, because I think it might be the reason why I liked Riverbend Springs. I like the river and the way it goes through in that map. Riverbend Springs ended up being my favorite Giants map. Giants come out with, but Riverbend Springs, I think they did a good job on it. Houghton Pentai, I've been on that map 3 or 4 times because a lot of people want me to play on it. Houghton Pentai, I'm on there for like about 3 minutes and I can't wait to exit that map and get off it because I just hate it. Like your setup of the horse pens. Yep, we just got an extra pen for the overflow when they have the offspring. That's all it's really there for. I mean, of course, right now for the the chickens, what I can do is, of course, fill up the trailer and put it there, and when I advance time, they'll automatically take it. But, like, sleeping through the night, the trailer is not going to fill that feed trough fast enough, and the chickens are going to... Their health is going to deteriorate because they're not getting feed fast enough. So... As for today's stream, the chickens are probably going to suffer a bit in production and health-wise. Somehow I turned the beacons on the combine. We don't need them. We're the only ones here. Everyone else is down in the village. I think I'll do is we'll unload right now. Probably when I edit that chicken coop, I'll just add a 0 onto the end of that. Make it 15,000 liters. Of course, now I gotta remember the name of the mod for the chickens. Actually, wait a minute. I think it'll tell me... Chickens. Outdoor chicken coop. Outdoor chicken coop mod. Maybe what I'll do here in a moment, I may hire a worker to harvest the field, and maybe while that's going on, I'll edit that mod to make it 15,000. $1,500 liters. There are a lot of modders that do like the stuff when they try to put ditches and irrigation ditches in. Makes it more realistic. The one thing I can't stand is when there's fences right up against a field. I like the looks of fences on maps. But give me some space. $800 chicken, you would say 20,000 would be better? Yeah, because that would probably cover an entire month for sure. I was trying to remember on Riverview, because yours was 2,000 chickens. I do believe that feed trough was 80,000? It was either 80,000 or 100,000 liters. I think I had to feed them like every 4 or 5 months. I think they were going through about 10,000 liters a month for 2,000 chickens. I'll probably just take care of it after the stream at some point. I mean, we got the chickens. They're just not going to reproduce that well or make eggs for a day or a couple days, whatever it is. But either way, we got some sorghum for them. Seen people having 4-ways on in their fields already. Are they a hazard to the other farmers in the field when they have their 4-ways on? Alright, another thing I haven't put down, I noticed when I was looking, when I logged in today, kind of forgot, I have not put down the washing station that I wanted to give a try. But I probably should test that mod on a, on a map to see what it's really like before I spend 70 grand on a washing station. Now, one thing, it's getting hot in my room today. Almost 90 degrees outside. And currently it's 95 degrees inside my gaming room. You use it, it's fine. You need to wash the implement 3 times in order to be completely clean. Are you talking about, just to make sure we're talking about the same one, that's going to be under tools? It'd be this wash station right here. I don't think it's going to be as good as the one, oddly enough, that I used way back in FS15. That one was awesome. But you think a system like that, I would need to wash it 3 times? Come on, Ford, find the gears. And yes, I do got fans running in the room already. Gotta love summertime where I am at. How the weather can change, as it does in many areas like this. But last week, it got so cold at night, my backup heating system came on because it got down to 51 degrees in my house. Because the temperature dropped down into the 40s. And then a week later, here we are. We're up in the 90s almost. Still gets me with that chicken pen. 1,500 liters. See, we got some hail damage here. Yeah, I don't think still haven't gotten a tornado here that I'm aware of on this map. Most maps we've gotten quite a few. The only other map we hardly got any. Fresh stocks, we only got 1. But every other map I had at least about 4 or 5, and most maps I've been there for about anywhere from 6 to 10 years in game. We're in year number 5, as far as I know. There hasn't been a tornado yet. And throughout all my hours of playing Farming Simulator 25, only 1 tornado cause me any field damage. That was way back on Riverbend Springs. I think it was a green bean field, and I lost very little. Almost done with the sorghum harvest. Let me just get that little edge piece there that I missed before. That planter that I use in the springtime, definitely going to want to get that for the farm at some point. This combine has been great. Bought it day one on sale. And originally I wanted to go with a small combine in this map. That would have been brutal. Might as well dump it to the silo because it's not going to all fit in here anyways. The Ford is having a hard time getting traction. I could put dualies on here, but then it makes it just a little bit more difficult dumping the grain into the silo. Come on, baby, you can do it. Get that forward momentum going. There we go. Now we got it. I don't know. I do like this Ford, but it's been struggling to do things. And now that we got a FET 900, you know, I could just sell this tractor and replace it with something else at some point. So time is going by. Let's see what the chickens are up to in their feed trough. Let me advance time just a little bit to get to the top of the hour. I mean, I only got 200 chickens right now, so that, you know, that could last them maybe half the month. But I don't want to be constantly having to go feed the chickens. The horses have been real easy to take care of. They're hardly going to the feed at all. So I think I did check anything I should be selling today. Look at the amount of lettuce we're getting. Ah, lettuce is going to be a great payday. I got to go sell Santa, our horse, that I had a problem with. But luckily I was able to put him back into the stable. Still not sure that was supposed to happen when I took Santa out of the trailer. It was supposed to be sold, but somehow didn't get sold. Santa was just sitting outside the trailer at the livestock market like, okay, well, I'm still here, now what? And I was like, I'm not sure. Don't think one more pass is going to do it. I think the header is just going to be just shy of getting it one pass. So now we just got to make sure that we always have oats and some kind of a crop for the chickens. Sorghum is a good crop to have because I can feed sorghum to both the chickens and the horses. But if I did other crops like oats, barley, and wheat, not only would I get feed for the animals, we also would get some straw to sell. Kind of sucks. I got myself a little bit of row of shame of a crop left. So I don't think we got anything to harvest in September. It's going to be October for the poppy. And then I think November for the corn and sunflower. Might be pole bear. Then we harvest it. I think the corn might be ready, but not the sunflower, because I planted the sunflower later. Alright, all the sorghum has been harvested. So maybe with this trailer load, I may bring the Ford and trailer on down to the chicken coop and just leave it on unload. That way they take it as they need it. All right, bring the combine over to the poppy field because that's what's going to be next. Squeeze between these trees. Get out the field. Be a smart thing to do. Yeah, we should have enough feed for the chickens for a year, easily. Once we get this down there, we'll load Santa back on into the trailer, go down and get rid of Santa by selling. Hello, Big Jim. Welcome. You're at lunch, lost power at home last night. Power company says estimated time is Thursday at 11:30. Well, you can look at it this way. At least it's not middle of winter and you don't have heat, but now your refrigerator and your freezer and possibly air conditioning is probably not going to work either. Hope you got a generator. Hello, David. Welcome. Have been able to comment. The formerly tablet packed up. I just bought a cheap thing to keep me going until I can get a gaming PC. Well, appreciate you just being here and lurking in the background if you've been doing that. I appreciate lurkers as well. Alright, so again, I'm just going to unload and leave this here. I do like the looks of this coop down here in the swampy area. And I think I'm going to leave those dead trees there as well. I think it adds a nice look to it. $1,500 for 800 chickens. That's funny. Yes, let's get this, sounds weird, but let's go deliver Santa, shall we? And move the trailer. So hopefully Santa isn't glitched. So going down to sell a horse, $17,000 for the horse. I am running a mod that increases the value of the horses. The mod is on the mod hub, by the way. So I do believe base game you could get a maximum of 5,000 for horses, and I think I can get more for these horses, but their value definitely is not increasing that much per month anymore. So we're going to sell them at 17. Alright, make sure it says sell this time. Yep, says sell. There we go. I think. Alright, sold for 17,000. I'm trying to remember what this NPC's name is. Is she around here? Where the heck is she? I don't remember her name. I mean, in other games we got a Cindy, we got a Kelly. I forgot what her name is. Is she even around here? Maybe she's not here. I know we got David, Noah, and Grandpa Walter. But I forgot what her name was. Alright, we can bring this back to the farm. No generator, but this may be the push to get one. Oh yeah, if you have a sump pump in your basement downstairs or whatever. Yeah, if you got a finished basement as well, that's going to be very important. And hello, David. Good afternoon to you as well. Welcome. Hope you've been good today. Been good today, and you had a nice weekend. Katie, yeah, that's right. Katie, that's her name. Thank you. Katie, Kelly, Cindy. Got it. For about 10 minutes, I'll forget what her name was. Katie for Farming Simulator 25, Kelly for Roadcraft, and then Cindy for ATS. Alright, so I'm not going to be selling horses anytime soon, so we'll park the trailer in a shed. And that's good enough for now. I was thinking about just for a second buying a shed right now for it, but I'm not really putting that much in that shed to begin with, so we'll utilize that for now. Give that a good rinse. No, you get up, Jesus, dude. Every time, get off the pressure washer. I realize I'm using it in the game saying, well, you were using that. Is that what you wanted to enter? No. Want to enter the tractor. And, you know, I'll just park you right out here for now with all of our pallets. Alright, yeah, the greenhouses. I probably should get water in those. Just to be sure. Manure, we're still... they're using about 1,000 liters of manure per month, so they're good for another year. The water, on the other hand... Yeah, the water... Let's go make sure that's all set. So, back down to 16 horses. We don't have any adults. So, it's going to be a while before we get to selling more horses again. But now we got it to where I'm not buying horses, and we're not paying a transportation fee either. Yeah, we're going to have to get more water, but I think we all saw that coming anyways. Let's actually go down to... Probably not the best idea. We're going to get the swamp water, if you will. I mean, it's the water's all the same. The algae in the water is good for the lettuce anyways. Watching the show on Roadcraft, and he had a hard time getting the Scout across the containers. If you use the Scout that you use to tow the Arctic with, you can make it no problem. I think I was also trying to use the Lynx because it kind of shows that it can kind of float in the water. So I was trying to see if, like, well, if I fell in the water, maybe it would float, but looks like there it doesn't want to float because that thing sank like a rock. But I'll keep that in mind. I should be back on Roadcraft tomorrow. Thursday, I'm probably taking Thursday off from streaming. And then I'll be back Friday, probably back on here. I'm trying to swap back and forth between those two. I also want to get back to streaming like a storyline type of game like we did with Eric's Home that we did a couple weeks ago. I know not many people watch the streams, but the people that were there love the storylines. I like storyline type of games too. So I might be doing BioShock, which I played one of them before, but I have not played all of them, so I don't know the storyline that well. All right, so we should have water, water, water. That sawmill should be good for another month. We'll leave that there. So yeah, I think we're all set. Let me feed Rex here. What's Rex? Sam. Why'd I call him Rex for? I have no idea. Let's feed Sam. And yeah, we'll see how the chickens are in the morning. Yeah, just sleep. We'll see how the chickens are in the morning. They may be at 0 health, even though I got the grain trailer there unloading as they need it. I think they're just going to eat it too fast for that to unload. No, their health is at 100%, so I guess it kept up fine. So as long as I leave it there, we're okay. And we did get some eggs. How about that? Actually, I wonder if we got... I'm pretty sure we didn't get more than a pallet. We got eggs. And no, I'm not going to do a bakery and do all that kind of stuff. As for our fields, I don't think we got anything that's ready for harvest today. No, we do not. What did you plant over there that needs tops removed? That's not our field, but that's potatoes. The sawmill, I'm going to need a tree in there. So we'll get that done. And should I be selling anything today? Not really. I mean, the wood I could sell. Prices are decent. Let's actually use the Fent. Eric's Home is a great game. Really enjoyed the streams. I enjoyed playing it. I did like the storyline. The voice acting was great. I like it when story games like that actually hire good voice actors. They just don't hire a name just to read off a paper. Because it seemed like the emotions and all that in the storyline were read very well. At least I thought so. Gonna go cut down an oak tree, get that to the mill, and I think we'll be done with September. Really don't have nothing to do. And again, I think the developers at Giants had a laugh, making the oak trees 8.8 tons, and that winch can do 8.6. Hello, Uncle Aries. Welcome. FS25 is coming to Game Pass. Should bring a bunch of new players in. The more the merrier. Alright, and then we'll cut the tree right there. What? I don't know why it pushes the tree back like that, man. Like it's trying to run away. You're going into the mill whether you like it or not. I mean, I should start to kind of prepare for the cement production. I think that land that's over here I need to buy is like 40 grand, so maybe I'll just buy that. Just to get it off the list of things I need to buy. But at the same time, I'm not ready for the cement production, so maybe I could put the 40,000 somewhere else. So I don't have a direct drill or a planter yet. Again, I am liking the pace that I'm going here on New Hope. We're earning enough money to slowly progress. And I'm not earning too much too fast to where it's going to ruin the series. And I plan to be here for a while because, again, I want to build a community here. I want to build some housing. Yeah, I need to landscape this because these trees just don't want to... These trees just don't want to come up that little bit of an incline. Alright, now that one is now in. I think the other one will go in, so we'll turn the engine off. Still trying to figure out if I want to buy the land that we're going to build the houses on or just build the houses. I'm also going to need a place to put the post office. So when we get the mailboxes up, we can deliver the mail. Alright, we'll get this tree in. We'll double check on the animals, make sure they're all set. And we can go on to October, where the poppy should be ready for harvest. Actually, I did not look, but I'll bring on over. Look at the poppy field. That should be a nice sea of red flowers is swaying in the, I would say, summer breeze. I mean, the first half of September is technically summer, and the second half is fall. So yeah, blowing in the summer breeze. Alright, that is in. Yeah, while I'm here, let's see if I can raise up that landscaping just a bit. Actually, if I start in here, can I level it out? No, that didn't raise nothing. Alright. Construction... Raise up just a little bit here, and then There we go. And then we'll go to smoothing out here. There we go. Now you can see the concrete kind of ramps up into here. You don't have that little lip where I'm going to grab, the tree's going to grab every time. It should just slide on in. So much so, I think we'll go cut down to the tree and we'll give it a try. Also got to figure out still how I want to remove the stumps over here. Many ways we could do it. It's not a big deal, but eventually I'll have to remove those stumps and start replanting some more oak trees. But I think I got enough oak trees here to last me a couple of years, but it does take these trees a couple of years to grow. So I don't want to wait until I'm like, oh, I'm out of trees, let's plant some, because then I got no trees for 2 years. So I think when we get done with a row of oak trees is when we'll start replanting some more. One heck of a chainsaw, that's all I got to say. And again, I also don't want to be... I'm not going to cut down any trees that we did not grow. So all the other trees on the map, I'm not touching those. Only cutting down the trees that we have planted. Should also create a road from where the oak trees are over to the sawmill, so I'm just not driving through meadow grass. Rearrange the road system down here just a bit. Maybe we'll do that in the winter time when the farm doesn't have a whole lot going on. And hopefully this just slides right on in. Other than me driving up on the blade, but yeah, that slid right in. All right, 44,000. I'll bring the other one over, but I won't. It probably won't accept it because it's probably got too much wood on it. But at least we'll drag it over here and I'll be ready to go in. Around there somewhere. Don't know where you... Wait, you strapped two over there? Don't want to strap there. So for now, yeah, we'll just keep selling the stuff out of the sawmill. And eventually the sawmill will be there just to be making the products for building houses. If we get an excess amount of stuff, then we can always sell it, of course. I know Omatana came out with a mod about a month ago for a hotel. But as she has it, to me it would just earn too much per month. I would definitely want to edit how much it earns per month if I were to put something like that down. Alright. The winch I will put back down by the oak trees. And let's go have a look at those poppy flowers. They should be in full bloom. How many saplings do I got left? Does it tell me if I were to walk up to it? I think it should. 115 saplings I got left. Okay, so we got plenty. Actually, that sea of red, you can see our poppy field from here. That's how red it is. It's just, I'm surprised I could see the poppy field from here. You can see that sea of red on the other side of the forest. Or bright orange, whatever color it technically is. Kind of matches our silo. Maybe use a restaurant or a pizzeria as well. If I do put down places like that, if they are production buildings, I probably won't use them. But they'll add to the atmosphere of a residential area and a commercial area, if you will. There is our poppy. I see a weed that I missed. That is what poppy looks like, I guess. That should be ready next month. I have not been checking the sale page. Nothing there that we require. I got a baler already. Yeah, nothing there that we need. Let me just double check on not just those animals, but these animals here. Oh, we are out of hay. I don't really need to be giving the horses hay, but we will. And the production should be all fine as we know. Sawmill is going to be good. So I need the telehandler, which unfortunately is way on down here. Maybe at some point I'll have to buy a second telehandler. One could stay down here and one up at the farm. Although it doesn't take me too long to go back and forth. Yep, so we'll harvest the poppy in October. I'll have to lease a corn/sunflower header for the harvest of corn and sunflower. That harvest there is not going to take us long. The poppy will take a minute. Don't think I've really ever looked at, because you mentioned restaurant or pizzeria or something like that. I know we can put down sell points, I think. But I really haven't looked at the sell points in construction menu in a while. So I'm not sure what's really there. But I mean, obviously the first thing we gotta do is start building houses, which we're not. We're not nowhere near ready for that. Yeah, I should double check, because our fields might be out of date for soil samples. And yeah, looks like we're going to have to be making some hay, which I have not made since year 1. So, probably October we'll make some hay, that way we got it. I don't want to get halfway through winter and not have any. Again, I really don't need to be feeding them hay, because their health, with just the oats and the root crop, their health is at 100%. Little snug in here with a telehandler and the bales, but we get in here. All right, FS Farmer, hope you have a good rest of your Tuesday. Man, the days just blend in for me. If it wasn't for my phone right on my desk here and I could look down and see what day of the week it is, I'll be completely lost. So I'm down to 5 bales of hay. I mean, that could probably get me to actually next spring, but just to be on the safe side, we'll probably do it in the straw. Well, I did 1 load of straw for the horses, so we can get the... Oh yeah, how are they doing on straw? Yeah, they're still kind of fine on that, so... I think that'll last me the rest of the series, honestly. Soil sampling. Yes. How are we doing? It's not out of date yet. Which is rather interesting. I thought it would have been by now. So yeah, we're all set. Sawmill, greenhouses, horses, fields. Everyone's all set. Everyone's happy. I think I'm happy. October. I think we'll get up at 9 because I think 8 is going to be a little bit too dark. Oh yeah, I was going to check the sell point. See what ones are available just to plop on down. Alright, weather-wise it's looking good. A little cloudy, but that's fine. The Big Roy is on sale. How many hours are on it? 33.5. I mean, maybe sell the Ford and swap that out so that can do the planting for us. Is that a sunflower and corn header? It is. For 104? I know we don't really have the money up here, but we got a lot of stuff sitting around that could sell stuff. The Big Roy, I mean, I've been kind of disappointed in the Ford, honestly. I like the Ford the way it sounds. But the Big Roy would be perfect for the case planter and any other thing else that we get. I'll leave that there for a little while. Yeah, let me go back into here and go to construction. Up here, where are sell point? Wait, sell points are up here. Biomass heating. Not really any. I'd probably have to look on the mod hub. So there's not any like big buildings that look reasonable to sell to. I mean, we already got the farmers market on the map, but there is no other place to put down. And constructibles, I don't think there's a constructible sell point. So again, what I want to do on this map is we're going to build a number of these constructibles here, not the sheds, but the farmhouses. And what we're going to do is we're going to put mailboxes outside when we get to the post office production and basically deliver mail and get paid to deliver mail. Just role-playing a little bit just because why not? Let me check the stock market page. We got $34,000 worth of wood beams and $21,000 of planks long. So we got like 60, 70, probably $80,000 worth of wood products to sell. And the lettuce is just getting up there. But of course, don't want to sell it today because look at that price, $879 compared to $1118. Meaning I would get $182,000 today if I sold it, which is great. But I'd be cheating myself out of $50,000 by selling at the max price time, so we don't want to do that. Apparently we got some eggs. Oh, how did the chickens do overnight? Yeah, they're doing just fine. We should have some. Oh, they did have their offspring, so now we're up to 400 chickens. But of course, it's going to take a while for these little chicks to produce some eggs. All right, so we got a harvest to get to. Probably should have got started on that while I was looking at everything, but do I want to harvest this or do I want to get a worker? I think for a field this size, we're going to get ourselves a worker to do this. And maybe what I'll do is I'll go sell the wood products while this is going on. So we don't get straw from a field like this, which is fine. Not a field, but the crop. Temporary course. Yep, recognize the entire field, which is good. Target position this way. Overlap 5%. Number of headlands, 2. I think that's fine. And then hire a worker. And the job's going to take 1 hour and 7 minutes, apparently. We will see how that gets along. Let me grab the Fent. Oh, wait a minute. I need the Ford. I need the grain trailer. Alright, so I have to put the sorghum in the silo. Like I said, I do like the Ford, but been a lot of buts. Originally, I got the Ford for planting with the Momentum modded planter. That did not go well. The Deutz with almost 80 horsepower or less did a much better job. And as we just saw, hauling grain around, even up a hill, it wasn't getting good traction either. So I'm thinking of just selling the Ford and getting the Big Roy. I can use the Fent 900 for grain transportation. And the Big Roy will do all the planting and drilling. I mean, I did get 6 hours on this tractor, but probably an hour or 2 hours of that might have been of it idling next to fields while I was harvesting. Oh yeah, the corn's ready, but the sunflower is not, so that's why we wait until November to harvest those. I'll lease the header in November and get it both done. Just make sure before I drive down there, it's still on the sale page, it's still there. I mean, yeah, it's got 33.5 hours on it, but I do run a mod that reduces the maintenance cost. I think I got it at 75%. The Ford is slow. Well, the Big Roy is not any faster. Actually, I think the Big Roy might be slower. But these tractors aren't meant for top speed. They're meant to be doing field work. They're not meant to be going from point A to point B too much. I'm bringing this down thinking selling this will give me enough money to buy it, which it should. I think this is $150,000 brand new. So hopefully I can get like $90,000 for it. I really am hating to sell this tractor, just that it just doesn't perform that well for me, so as much as you like it, yeah, let's go. All right, so we'll go unload that. May as well. I want to keep that going. Eventually, I'll get down there with the Ford and get the Big Roy back here. Or maybe leave the Big Roy down there for now. Fendt does have good top speed. I think this is 415 horsepower or something like that. Or 430. It's in the low 400s. I know that much. And again, Poppy sells for like $1,000, I do believe. Yeah, almost $1,000. So every time we up to the combine, that's over $16,000 worth. Yep, that should be fine. And yeah, I did have the big Roy on Dark Forest, but didn't have it for too long, and really I didn't use it that much. It was mostly on a worker. We will repair and repaint this if it needs it. Well, it needs it, but it's not going to be too expensive, I don't think. I'm struggling inside my own head right now about selling this. But the reasonable thing to do is sell it because it doesn't perform what I needed to do on the farm. I like the looks, I like the sound, but it's just unfortunate. I could upgrade to the other Ford, but then that'll be paying full price. Let's see, repaint for $12,000, which is ridiculous. And do that, and then sell for, I said $90,000, that's what we're gonna get for it. Alright, so it's still there. And it has the ICR Pro Compact already on it, which, okay, that's fine. If I take it off, do I get a discount? Of course not. How much is the other Ford? Just because I'm kind of curious. So the one we had is $360. That one is $470. It'd be $171,000. So, yeah. Maybe we'll swap this out for another one later on, but for today, whoops. There we go. We got the big Roy again. Well, technically all the Fords are large tractors. Gonna bring it around here and we'll repair it. Repaint, no, but repair, yes. 2,500, so we can do that. I do have a question on FS, as I am very young to the game. I was late in 22. When I started playing, I like these maps, like No Man's Land. If you did write a question, I may have missed it. So you're going to have to ask it again because I don't know what you asked. So I apologize if I missed it. Yeah, Bernard, all the Ford tractors are considered large, but I had the smallest horsepower Ford tractor there was. So yeah, this tractor technically is slower than the Ford that we just had. But again, this is made for doing field work. And I'm going to use the this Fendt for grain transportation now. So, second time we're unloading, so in theory, we got $32,000 worth of poppy off the field. And we haven't even completed the first headland yet. But we should get about $250,000 worth of poppy off this field. We'll find out when the harvest is done. I can check the stock market page and we'll see what will we get for the peak price of it. Let's see who we got working for us today. Hello, Franco. How's it going in there? Sorry about the windshield, the windscreen. It's a little dirty. And I might as well go unload this into the silo, because next time it unloads, the combine will be up in that corner of the field. That's our corn dryer on the left-hand side, drying up some more corn. Kind of looks like sunflower seeds in a way. Not up close it didn't, but at a certain distance it sure did. Yes, this tractor technically is 2 miles an hour slower than the Ford. So David, if you did ask the question, it still hasn't come through. At least I don't see it in my chat. So usually buying a tractor in the base game used with this many hours on it, not a great idea, because unless you're running a maintenance mod like I am, it's going to wear down rather quick and you're going to be constantly repairing it. But since I'm running a maintenance mod, we should be alright. I think it was the Voltra I was using on Riverbend that I had over 40 hours on it. It seemed like after just running it for 2 hours, it went from 100% almost down to 0 on the maintenance. We'll put this into the big shed where the animal trailer is. And really probably won't be using this until next spring when it comes time to plant the fields. Needs to be unloaded. Well, like I said, every time we unload it, that's $16,000. Alrighty. Finally. No, it's about roadcraft. I will send it again. This precision farming, my score doesn't seem to be going up some fields. I show an 80 and 90. Some are 55. My overall score is still 62. Well, you have to look in your fields that are low score and see what it's not registering. So while we get unload, oh, my worker's going to take off here in a second. Let me just get this to where I get this guy unloaded. I can show you a few things about precision farming. Alright, I think he's going to stay there. So on precision farming, a couple things that you can look at. If we just scroll back to here. So basically, the first line is, I always forget this, is nitrogen, then lime, then weeds, then soil, then tillage. What you want to do for tillage score, make sure you use a direct drill or a planter, a direct one. That'll get up to 100%. So you got to see on the field what it's not registering. Now, if you just bought a field, and even though you put nitrogen down, so like this one here, you can see this field here did not register any nitrogen. Even though it's the field, if I go over there, it's going to say nitrogen is at perfect. It's not going to register until you actually do the harvest, which is kind of weird, but that's the way it works. So this field's holding me back a bit. This field was, but now that we're harvesting in it and it's registering the nitrogen, it shows it. So my score is back up to 94. And when I harvest this corn that's here, that nitrogen should go up. So you got to see what it's missing and just try to help the field out by getting the score up, if you will. Alright, so we're going to let the guy do that. Oh, you're back up here, so I need to get you back down to the sawmill. And we're going to sell some of that wood. Well, I say some of it. We're going to sell all of it. Because I'm hoping this upcoming winter, with everything we sell, if I can get up to $500,000, we'll buy the land, we will buy the cement production, and we'll buy the debris crusher for the stones, and we can get that cement production up and going. And maybe for a year, maybe I'll make product and just sell it, just to get the money back up in the account before we actually start building houses. Gonna have to play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. And I am fighting with myself. Do I buy the land to build the houses on, or just build the houses? I think probably just build the houses, honestly. I should have the mod that allow me to place things anywhere, so I can place buildings on property that we don't own. Actually, I think if I wanted to, if we got a lot of pallets on here, I could auto-load it. And technically, I think... I'm not sure. This might attach to the trailer that's down here. I don't know if that's a ball hitch or a pin hitch. Ah, it's a pin hitch. Works out perfectly. It's like I planed it that way. That's a lot of pallets. Let me go ahead and get this tree in. Should take it. Alright, we'll load up some manually, but it might get to be a little bit too much. And as I learned on Shamburgo over the past weekend, I probably should strap these as I go. Combine needs to be unloaded again. Darn pallets. Alright, where... Oh yeah, you're way on the other side. Of course you are. Alright, let's unload on the go. Minutes if I got a little bit closer. And this is another thing that's better with the Fendt over the Ford. The Ford being a manual shift, it'll take a while to get back up to speed. This is not having a problem whatsoever doing that. going to be a good March coming up, which is 6 months away in game. But that's when we will sell the poppy. Am I in your way? Looks like I might be in your way. Alright. Alright, we'll call that good enough. Just have a quick look. But after I dumped this in, I think we got probably like $80,000 worth of poppy. Poppy, $72,000 worth of poppy so far. And that's how much more of the field we got, so... I was saying $250,000, but it might be more than that in that field. But of course, it did the headlands first, which is the majority of the field to begin with. Yes, back to this. Alright, so to make these stacks even, let me grab this one pallet. Ah, the roof is in my way. Darn it. Alright, let's just grab the rest of these pallets here. And then I'll probably go sell this, and we'll load up the other ones with the auto stacker. The auto loading feature. Because the other pallets really do stick even more so than these. These are not bad, though. Why is always... I always put the camera in the right position to be blocked after I get inside. Come on. Get off of that. Shoot, why am I twisting like that for? No, don't. Ah. Alright, made a mess of that one. So, alright, maybe I'll just grab these. That one's already on the side, so. I think that's enough of showing you how not to really do it that well today. We'll bring this on over to the farmer's market. We'll come back, grab the rest with the auto stacker. The auto loader, that is. Combine needs to be unloaded. Got us up to 63,000. All right, let me go up and get that combine unloaded here. And this is what's great about course play. When they get full, course play will move over to give you room to unload. Just move out of the way and let that worker get back to work. And we'll go auto load the rest of the pallets. Because the planks along of the wood beams, I do have issues with those pallets not coming up the pallet forks that well. I'm pretty sure anyone that does this all the time knows a trick or a better way to get them off, but I certainly do not. Didn't really get in there the best way now, did you? No, I thought it was going to be the best way to get in here, but it was not. Now you're trying to back up an articulated trailer, which is you're even worse at than loading up with pallet forks. Alright. Do I have super strength? I must have. There we go. Move that a little bit to the side as one does. I think I found the way I want to get in there, but I'm going to get some of that out of there first. That kind of made things explode. Let me go sell this mess. Use course play to unload the combine. I've used that feature only once throughout the years. I prefer to unload it myself. That way I can just keep track of what the combine is doing in the field. Because, you know, course play will screw up every once in a while and just get stuck on the edge of a field or something. So I want to make sure that everything's going well. So unloading it every few minutes is not a big bother to me. It's a handy feature, for sure, but it's something I'm not accustomed to using or prefer to use. Wait, can I sneak through here? All right, turn around. Get the last few pieces. So I think by selling all this wood that we have, we've almost got our money back and then some for buying the sawmill and probably even planting the trees at this point. Don't use it much either. Just thought it'd be fun to watch. Well, the thing is, I'm down here. We wouldn't actually be watching it because it'd just be happening in the background. Someone's got to keep an eye on Franco up there to make sure he's doing all right. All right, 129,000 now in the bank account. So every now and then we'll mix it up by loading some up manually, then once I do enough of that, we can just auto-load it. Seems like they're harvesting the field fast, but since I'm, doing other work, probably seems like it's going fast. I think after we unload this, I'll probably go unload into the silo just to empty out the trailer. I think I'm going to buy that land for, I think it's 40,000 down by the sawmill. And we'll just just to be sure that the cement production and also the debris crusher will fit on that property. I said 250,000. I hope we get up that high. It'd be kind of a stretch, but I think we could get it that high of a yield. Don't remember exactly what soil type we found in the new section, but hopefully it's good. Get this over here and prepared. Actually, we'll, since the augers on this side, we'll unload on the go for a bit. Hello, Nate. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Thanks for dropping on in for a little farming fun. Well, hopefully it's fun. We are farming. All right, they're good to go. All right. So, yes. Go to here. Go to here to farmland. And what we want to do, so here's our sawmill. What's that land there? No, that's definitely not what I want to buy. So it is lot number 55. Oh, I could actually put it maybe even over here as well. But let's go ahead and we're just going to buy that for 40,000. Give it a second to think about it. Oh, it also buys, isn't that like the store? So what part is it? The trees over here? Again, we're not cutting down trees that are on the map. I have to plant them. Yeah, so technically everything is going to go, for the cement production, is going to go right across the road right here. And again, I think by eyeballing it, we had the room. Let's see, what does that building look like? 370 cement production. Not enough. So I'd want it to face this way. And the reason being, right where well, I don't know where I'm standing anymore. Oh, I'm standing right there. But yeah, I want this to go right there, and then put the debris crusher over here and use an auto belt system to automatically feed that. And then, of course, our cement production will spawn on the backside. And then we can build all of our constructible houses. Yeah, it just says not enough money. So I think it's on our property for the most part. Although, again, I do got the mod that allows me to place anywhere. So it might be... Let's see, it doesn't even go past the tree line. Does that property... Well, the property line does not go around the trees either. Well, we'll own enough of it to make it work. How about that? And I'm guessing I bought this little section of trees over here with the rocks into it. I wonder if these rocks are where we can break down the rocks if I wanted to. Don't think I would, but could be something I do in the distant future. So, okay, we got the land, so now we just need like the 450,000 for the cement production and the debris crusher. Actually, it's 470,000 is what I need. So hopefully throughout the winter we will be able to do that. What is the soil type in this field here? Well, this section is not the best. Or is it? Wait, silty clay is the best? Alright, I gotta learn these colors better. All the time to do precision farming, I usually just say, well, we get what we get. Doesn't matter. So right now, and then loam drops it down to 100%. And then sandy loam drops it down to 85%. And then loamy sand drops it down. Alright, so loamy sand is the worst, so it goes from worst to best, which I never just paid that much attention to. Silty clay is the best soil you can put it into? Well, something does it. If you're saying it's the worst. Silty clay is the worst, you say, but I'm on silty clay, and the yield potential is 125%. So silty clay is the best. And then it goes to loam, drops it down to 100% potential. Sandy loam drops it down to 89 potential. And then loamy sand is 80%. There you are. Nate, you woke up feeling like absolute crap, sore throat, stuffy nose, hate being sick, especially in the summertime. Well, unless you're from Australia, then it's wintertime, but, or South America even. I mean, it's never good to be sick, but especially in the summertime. So if I do get 250,000 worth of poppy, and we keep selling the sawmill stuff throughout the winter, and of course we got our lettuce, which, yeah, the lettuce alone and the poppy together, we'll have the cement production up and going next spring. Because I think we almost got 200 grand worth of lettuce now. So when February comes, we're going to have a whole bunch of lettuce to sell. So we got $30,000 of poppy in the trailer right now. And we're more than halfway done with the harvest for sure. So far today, we've basically just been doing harvesting, and we did sell 8 horses earlier. We got ourselves 200 chickens, but now we're up to like 400 and something. Just bought that piece of land for 40,000. Oh yeah, we sold a Ford and bought the Big Roy because the Big Roy came up for sale. But the chicken pen, I'm going to try to edit the XML file on that later, because that's going to hold almost 900 chickens and have a feed trough of only 1,500. That's kind of crap. 900 chickens fighting over 1,500 liters of feed. It's going to be a rough chicken pen to grow up in. Hello, Lisa. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. So, as of right now, oh, wait a minute. Do I need more wood in the sawmill? I don't think so. I think we're at 40. Yeah, that's good for a bit. And the greenhouses, water, and manure, yeah, they're doing fine for a while. How much room do I got for lettuce? Ah, yeah, we got plenty of room for lettuce still. Still drying corn from last year. So when I do bigger cornfields, if I'm going to do dry corn, I probably would need a couple of those productions, which is fine because they're rather cheap. They're only like 3,500 to put down. Yeah, the Fendt is it's performing a lot better than the Ford for transporting grain. It's the manual gearbox that kind of gets you. Why does it say it needs lime still after you put the lime in the field? So my fields would do the same kind of here. Don't go by the bottom right hand corner where it says field info, where it says needs lime. Go by where it says precision farming and it says pH value, mine is good. If you're referring to on this page, where can I do an example? I think all my fields are well limed. But this field here, that first line for this field here, you can see I got no score. For fertilizer and lime, if you put it down, it doesn't register the lime and fertilizer until it harvests the crop that you put it down for. So lime and fertilizer is calculated during harvest time, not as you put it on the field. So again, like this field here says no fertilizer, but if I were to... hang on a second. If I were to visit, and you go in the bottom right-hand corner, it says nitrogen's perfect. But it's not going to register until we actually harvest the field on the scoring chart. So depending on what you're talking about. So again, if you're in the field and it says needs lime, don't worry about that if you got precision farming running. Look under the tablet where it says precision farming. My pH value is good. Hello, Only Farms Gaming. Welcome. How is the weather down in Australia today? Let me go dump this in because I want to see. Exactly currently where we stand. Should be somewhere around $125,000, $140,000 worth of poppy. I don't think I'm going to get 250 off that field like I was kind of hoping I would. But still, it's going to be a good payday when it comes time to sell. Poppy, $150,000 we are currently at. Watch out for Sam. Sam's doing his circles in the middle of the farmyard. Not much of a farmyard yet still, but we're working on it. So while that's going on, and I'm waiting a moment for that, let me just jump on down to here. What row am I working on here? I think I'm working on this row. Oh wow, I still got plenty of oak trees in this row. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Got 11 more trees in the first row to cut on down. So it's going to be a while before I start replanting some. We do got 4 rows in total, right? Yeah. So we got plenty of oak trees. Plenty of oak trees. So yeah, if we get $200,000 out the field, we'll shoot for $200,000. Well, since I got caught up on all my work, it'd probably be best if I took over the combine work and not pay Franco to do it. No. We're fine, dude. We're fine. I got here just in time. We're good. Yeah, it's not going to take me long to harvest up the rest of this field. All right, Franco, take a break. So yeah, maybe plant poppy in this field again next year. Yeah, so like in the field here, just to give you a better example, it does say pH is good and nitrogen is bad. Well, nitrogen is bad here because now there's no nitrogen in the field because we harvested it. It was all in the crop. But if I come over to here where the crop is, it says perfect and perfect. If you're on the scoring page, again, the nitrogen and pH bars will reset when you harvest. I can throw some people off on that, but once you get used to it, it's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's just getting to know how the system works and how it shows you how it's working. So the combine is getting low on fuel, but we will refuel when I go down to pick up the sunflower / corn header for those 2 fields next month. So when I drive down to pick up the header, we'll top it off with fuel. Should have enough to get this field done. So yeah, next year when I plant this field with the Seed Hawk, because last spring I did it with the Fendt 900. Fendt 900, slightly underpowered to run that. It can run it. Not well, but it runs it. But now that we got the Big Roy, should have no problem using the Seed Hawk next year for planting this field. Only issue currently that I have on the farm, because I want to plant the poppy, is that gets planted in June. And since I don't own a planter or a drill yet, that means leasing it for more than a couple of months. Or returning it and then releasing it in June. I just like the way the poppy looks when it blooms. Of course, the price is good, as we have seen. Well, instead of getting in the tractor and driving it over, I'm in the combine, so we'll drive the combine over. Yeah, we can almost get 3 full combines in that trailer. At least the weather has held up for the month. Yeah, part of me with a field this size does make me think, go for the biggest header, but then I run into that problem to where the auger pipe, of course, will not be long enough to pull up beside and unload on the go. One thing I just don't want to do is run out of fuel. I mean, worst comes to worst, I would at least say fuel tanker, come up here and top it off a bit, then drive it on down. Last time I had to do that was FS19 Ravenport. And really it wasn't me, it was the worker that ran out of fuel. Back then, I think it was course play. If the equipment ran out of fuel, or the tractor or whatever ran out of fuel, course play would finish the job and then just leave you with a tractor or a harvester just completely empty on fuel. On roadcraft at that bridge that you can't get over, get a crane and put the tip of the crane at the gate and pull it back towards yourself, and the gate will fall down onto the bridge. Oh, that bridge. Yes, the one I was doing at the end. Good point. I was going to try to get the scout vehicle over all those crates again. But I did not think of the crane being able to reach that far. I'll be back on Roadcraft tomorrow, actually. Again, I think I'm getting a little bit of a schedule with Shamburgo getting released on Mondays and Wednesdays. Everyone, you know, if you're just here for Farming Simulator, you can watch that, and I'll stream Roadcraft on Mondays and Wednesdays. And on Tuesdays and, I guess, Fridays, I will stream Farm Sim. Thursday, I'm still trying to figure out my schedule. I don't know if I want Wednesdays or Thursdays off. I guess it's going to depend on the weather. Real life weather for myself. That way it gives me time to go outside and get some housework done. Although I wouldn't want to be working outside today. It's flipping hot outside. And it's hot inside too. I live in an area where you just want an air conditioner maybe 5 days out of the year. Today would be one of those days. Not going to completely unload it, I don't think. Almost. Well, we'll harvest until the combine's full, and of course we'll go dump that trailer into the silo. But looks like we'll get $200,000 of poppy off this field. How much more do I got left, actually? Just seeing that fuel going down slowly, slowly, and slowly. It's getting down there, though. I think we'll be all right. Yeah, in Shamburgo tomorrow. Not going to give away too much what we do there, but I think things are looking pretty well in that series. Kind of indecisive of on buying a fourth field in that in the current season that we're in. Would have thought that crops like soybean would put some percentage of nitrogen in the ground. Yeah, you would think so. You'd think they would find a way to do that. I mean, they kind of do with oilseed radish, but then you're plowing a crop back in. With precision farming, I stay away from soybeans. Only for the fact of because you don't put nitrogen into the ground, so when you go harvest it, you don't get credit for the nitrogen being in the ground, so the score in the field drops because it shows, well, you had no nitrogen in the ground. And meanwhile, you're saying to yourself, but soybeans does not require nitrogen. So you kind of get penalized in a way for planting soybean, which sucks. So I tend to stay away from soybean on precision farming. Just for that one reason. I think it should look at, precision farming should look at, did you meet the nitrogen requirement for the crop? But looks like the way it's coded is, did you put nitrogen in the ground? Oh, yeah, I forgot the trailer's full. Let me bring the combine back over here. Whoop. So when we wanted... Hello, Bob. Hope you've been well. Haven't seen you in a couple days. Well, I mean, I didn't stream on Sunday. But hope you've been well. You have another question. I have heard you say easy and normal and hard. What is that? How do you get? Because I've seen you making a lot of money. That's if I mention it like easy, normal, or hard economy. That's just that changes the value of what things are sold for. So on hard economy, you get a percentage of what things sell for. For a normal, actually, since I'm not selling nothing, I can show you kind of in a way. So we'll just go based on poppy or whatever. So on hard economy, poppy sells for $995. If I were to change my settings to economy difficulty normal, poppy now sells for $1,791. And if you go to easy economy, poppy sells for $2,985 per. So I was playing hard economy because I always, money. I always feel like the money comes in way too fast. But playing whatever economy you see fit. I like to play in hard economy. But that's all it really changes on the economy side is what things sell for. If you're just starting out, I mean, when I started back in FS13, I started playing on easy economy just because I wanted the money to come in quick. I wanted to be able to buy equipment, try things out. And when I got into FS15 after Bjornholm, which was my first map in 15, I went right to hard economy and I had never gone back. But that's just me. That's the play style I like. Some people don't like slow progression. Some people like to buy things rather quickly. Go right for the big stuff. I don't mind going right for the big stuff, but then again, I always take out huge loans I have to pay back. But that's just me. Forgot we were streaming yesterday and you're okay. Well, I was glad to hear you're okay. Hope your friend's doing okay. I know you said one was still in the hospital, so hopefully they're doing a little bit better. So I think the rest we will get into the trailer. They're playing hard too as the money comes in far too fast. Yeah, on this series here, I don't want to say I'm trying to lose money by doing some things, but we're going to be at some point. Some maps are peanuts to promote the nitrogen, but no equipment to harvest it. I think there were some maps in 22 that had the equipment and all that. I wanted to get to playing on one of those maps, but I never got around to it. You got discharge on Sunday. Well, if the fields cost up to $5 million, that means the fields are extremely big. And for streaming or content creation, big fields are not friendly for that environment. This field here is actually a little bit too big. That's why I hired a worker to get most of the harvesting done while we went and did other things. Because no one wants to watch me harvest a field for 3-4 straight hours. Well, maybe some people do, but the majority of people would like to see you switch jobs at least every 15, 20 minutes. The money side of things don't bother me. But as for viewers, okay, so now you're saying they're not that big, but they are very expensive. People also want to see progression as well. So it's kind of hard of a thing to do. You got to find a map that you can progress at a decent pace, and also where you're not doing the same job for hours on end. And from what Cavalier Roy said earlier, he's working on 3 maps right now, so I may have to go revisit one of his maps. Is Western Australia coming to 25, or was that a a one-off map. I have no idea about Western Australia. Hello, Rojo? I have no idea how to say your name, so I'm probably going to butcher it the more I try, so I'll just say hello. You're playing on normal, and you're trying not to ruin the map by placing my own things, so progression is a bit slow. And see, that's fine, you know, I don't mind slow progression as well, but I notice when I reach in a Let's Play where nothing progresses, a lot of people, the viewership drops because they want to see you buy stuff, expand. They want to see change or something to that nature, which I get. So it's hard to do videos and not expand for a while and say, oh, we gotta save up years of money before I can buy something. I mean, in this map here, I think I'm going to be going past year 10 because of what I want to do here. Now, did I really make this field the right size for the header? I don't think I can. No, not quite. Not quite. Alright, soon we will see, once I get all the poppy into the silo, we'll check our stock market page and we'll see how well we did. Originally I wanted 250,000, but I was shooting for the stars on that. But I think we'll hit 200 grand. So that, along with the lettuce, as I said earlier, that'll be able to buy us our cement production and debris crusher. You don't like progression too fast either? What was the map someone wanted to play on and it had, oh, it has that crop peat on it or whatever. And I looked at it real fast and I was thinking, okay, but you're going to just make loads of money out of peat and you can harvest it like constantly, so. The map is too gorgeous to place my own things on. Well, as you know, because you've been here long enough, sir, well, I like taking the kind of like blank maps like this and just create as we go. But, like on Shamburgo, when I saw that map in the farmyard, I was like, that farmyard looks pretty darn good. So I left the farmyard as is, and like, you know what? This is going to be the first farm I've played on in a long time where I'm just going to use the starting equipment. Although I've sold a lot of that stuff already in the first 10 episodes. I do realize I think I left some poppy in the upper corner of the field. I think that far corner might have some poppy where the worker didn't quite get to it. Judith Plains is a nice map, but again, big fields. I kind of don't want to get to the same situation, although I loved that series in Oceanside Forest, but I don't want to get where I have to do 9 hours of harvesting to make a 45-minute video. Alright, let's see what we got for poppy in storage here. 230,000, so we almost did hit 250. Wait, I did put my settings back on hard economy, right? Yes, I did. So, yeah, not too bad. Oh, I need to put... I need sorghum. Where's my sorghum? Wait, what was that? Oh, that was rice. There it is. This is for our chickens. Which I'm going to edit that mod. So I'm not going to have a chicken coop that only has a feed trough of 1,500 liters when it can hold almost 900 chickens. Actually, we're getting a lot of eggs already from these chickens. It's not even a full pen. Again, I'm not... I didn't really get chickens to have chickens to get eggs, but that's going to be a part of it. But I wanted to do something down here by this swamp. And there's Ronnie the rooster. Why are we getting an auctioneer at the chicken pen? Don't know why we got to have audio of an auctioneer at a chicken pen. But yeah, I wanted to do something down here at the swamp. I couldn't really figure out what to do. And the land wasn't that big. And, well, this fit rather nicely down here, I do believe. But that feed trough, the feed trough size would be the same. The capacity will not be. I mentioned 15,000, just add a 0 to it. Bring it to 15,000, but Cavalier Roy may have talked me into a 20,000 liter capacity for 900 chickens. But we got that going on here. Like I said, we bought some land today. Sawmill is doing the sawmill things, which is nice. We sold all that stuff today, so yeah, this upcoming winter / spring, because we did buy the property, we'll put down the cement production and the debris crusher and start making cement material. And then we can actually start building some houses. And then I'm not sure where I can put the post office. I don't think I even got the post office mod installed. So I don't know how big of a production area that needs. But we'll find a place to put the post office. Maybe the best place for the post office would be right here, honestly. But maybe we'll swap it out a little bit. Or maybe just put the post office over here. But that means I would need to buy... How much is that land? That's only 52,000 for all that. So that's not too expensive. Maybe we'll put the post office over here. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to end it up for today. So yeah, next time we got... Oh, we bought the big Roy today, by the way. That came up for sale. Sold the Ford that we had. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. The Ford, I liked the way the Ford looked, the way it sounded. Just didn't perform the way we needed to on the farm. We also sold some horses. Brought in some good money there. It's going to be a while before we got any more horses ready for sale. I do like how the horses, for some reason, this corner, just ignore the fence. Don't know how they do that, but they do. Everywhere else, they're fine. And we got some waiting down here at the pond. But anyways, yes, we're going to wrap it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow streaming Roadcraft. We're on the last map, Kernel, currently. We got to 30% done on the Kernel currently. So, 2 days, we're up to 30% done, so I'm pretty pleased with that. Again, there will be an episode of Shamburgo out before that. So, if you're into, just want farming simulator stuff, Shamburgo, episode number 10, I think. It's either 8 or 10, somewhere around there. But I'll be back streaming Roadcraft tomorrow, doing some more Roadcraft stuff. As for being back on here, A New Hope, that'll probably be on Friday, pending any good games that get sent to me. I can see I got 3 emails today, so who knows what's there. Maybe something good. But yeah, probably back A New Hope on Friday. Thursday, I'll probably be taking the day off, but one day at a time. So, yeah, done here for New Hope for today. So next time, we'll get right to November. The corn is ready, but we got to wait for the sunflower to be ready so we can rent the the header, and get them both done the same month. And then we'll skip on through the winter months, selling the stuff like we always do. So on and so forth. But anyways, I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone stopping in for some farming fun. Had good fun talking to a lot of you in chat, like always. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.